morning, Han, China. It's your boy Tarkin coming at ya. The Herald of Lubu. The wise Prime Minister of the Han. The righteous Duke of Yuan. That's right, it's me. And we're gonna try this battle. Lubu's not here. More's the pity. A lot of other people are. But Ma Dai heard about the brave deeds of his brother Ma Dai here at this gate pass and wanted to show right up. You know, Ma Dai ran to go get some more reinforcements, and Ma Dai was here to stand in the gap, but of course, well, it's gonna be a problem, ain't it? We want one artillery on this side. Hello, Vikings King. We want one artillery on this side. These are not like good placements for them, but we want one on each side. I think this is hopefully this will work, because if this one can like make them come to us, then that would be nice. We don't want to leave this wall unsupported in the event that they do come to us. If they bust in this one, this is the one we're going to allow them to go in. So we're just going to try to stop there. Sabers to hold the towers. G for the doors, G for the doors. And we'll be able to burn this one down if they get in. One there so that we don't get surprised. A couple. Oh, we can do archer here and here. Alright, well, let's do it. We're just going to let the Treb choose its own targets. Same with our Bastion here. Hopefully it will get some work done. And, you know, it definitely looks like it's going to do some. And if it forces them to come in, well, then we will try to deal with that reality when it happens. But we want to be on the wall here. Now, what we're going to do here is try to bust out in this direction. Well, no, Cao Cao's there. This is not a good choice. But it could be fine if, you know, because if we could stop the towers from burning down, but because over here they don't have the fire arrows, so yeah, well, we'll just do this very daring move. Because if we can stop them from getting the fire arrows on the tower, this daring maneuver will absolutely be worth it. There we go, because that was a big difference from the last time. So we could just keep on pushing here. Xiahou Duan's right here. Of course, we're just gonna push through. Get a sick knockback there, and then roll right out. They won't get me. And now this is a way better situation than we had the time before. They're on that side doing their thing, but that is cool. We'll just maneuver. They won't be able to hit me. I am a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar. And these spear guards trying to come in, and we get a sick rear charge bowling through them. But we'll charge in here and hit a roar, and hopefully that will make them get the... Yeah, we knock them off of the... No, we almost knocked them off. We need to... oh, they have their... they're unbreakable for 17 more seconds. Well, we'll just see about that. Because if we can interrupt them from moving the ram, then we could... Alright, we need to get back on these archers, though, because if we get these towers burned down... Ah, well, on that side, they definitely get all the way in. It's alright. We just got to keep in motion. Oh, and then they hit him with the unbreakable here, too. Well... They have 5 more seconds of it. And if we hit them here to stop them from pushing it, you know, because we just need them to run. There are 8 of them alive. Are they really going to get in there? Oh, man. You're joking. They do it. They get it. Oh, man. We were unable to get them. 4 of them, man. The ram on the way in. Glorious. Good for them, honestly. We just need to get on the wall there and there. This side's not going on, so we need to get over here. Get on the wall there, and oh man, we're really in for it. But if they're gonna walk in the fire, and it looks like they might, then they're really in for it, actually. And yes, they walk right into the fire, and they give themselves unbreakable right into the fire. This is the greatest day of my life. Brilliant, wonderful, and in all other ways very good. And we come and take a hit at Cao Cao, making him go into the fire again. Oh, because they're trying to take the gate thing. Awesome. Alright, we need to get here. We don't want them to take the internal towers. Burning down here. And spear guards on the wall there. Pretty bad, but at least this frontal wall thing will be fine, right? We need to get off of that wall with these fellas. Cao Cao has fallen, which of course gives them an Oathsworn buff, but does make Cao Cao have fallen, so that's good. We're going to get off of our horse and then get to beating down on Xiahou, who is embroiled in combat and not going to be able to get out of it, right? All right, we got to get everybody off of this wall. Well, actually, the internal archers do fine from there. That Bastion artillery does nothing. Our forces on the wall get here just in time to be able to fight their cavalry, which is trying to, you know, walk in the long way. And... you know, it's about sending a message, right? That the Duchy of Yuan will not be so easily defeated. You know, we may not win this one, but we will fight. Oh, yes, we will fight for it. Oh, man, Xiahou starts beating him down. He sees him there, right? We need to back out a little bit. Yeah, you know, and he definitely saw us there, right? I mean, he was fresh, and we, you know, Xiahou a big hero, and we can't be too surprised that he beat us in a fight there, but that's too bad, though, because it looks like, you know, well, you know, we can still do more damage here. They'll know they had a fight, and the Emperor will be mad at him for it. Which is going to be small comfort, because the Emperor is about to be pretty mad at me, too. Oh, well, you know, the fallen... yeah, Cao Cao being knocked down probably helped him, huh? But we take the tower back. Our archers on this front are actually doing wonderfully. And we got our forces on the wall in just enough time to fight them there. These are dismounted cavalry on the wall. The best kind of cavalry to fight. And Xiahou Dun might just lose to these saber infantry. Let's try and get him a little bit of help, right? Cao Cao is not doing so hot and will probably lose to these saber infantry in a prolonged fight, assuming nothing else goes wrong. And now these guys are being shot by various angles. Good, good, good. These fellas got to get off of the wall. Charge in there, and Xiahou Dun gets taken down. Well, I mean, he's running. He's got 500 hit points, and we'll probably be able to get him. You know, this, you know, it won't count for the kill list, but it'll count for Ma Dai's story, assuming he makes it out of this alive, of course, which is what we are assuming. All right, we got to fast forward it a little bit. All right, he gets downed, and Cao Cao gets downed, because we might, of course, be. Yeah, because oh, they still have more guys over here. Wow, that's right. You know, they had more armies. But these tiger cubs are on the wall here. We just need these archers to get out, right? There we go. Off of the wall, just where we want to be. And those crossbows are being pretty wasteful. On this front, we're fine. And I think this army is just going to make Cao Cao mad again. This time it'll be Shuofang that does it, but yeah. Boom, boom. We don't want this pass to open, or this gate to open up for various reasons, but I think if we're fighting there, we'll get on it. Because this is, again, they're not on horsemen, so they just have a lot of hit points. They're not on horsemen. They're not horsed. All of their horses are there. They are unhorsed. We've just got this one tower over here, all the other ones. Well, no, this tower's up too, so that is very good. Those are solid towers. We've got archers there and there. And they're at least getting chipped down on that side for all that, you know, Cao Cao might curse them for cowards. And, of course, there's only 16 of them here, and without their charge bonus, they're very weak in combat, right? Unhorsed. That's not what cavalry are for. So, you know, pretty nice. We are getting withering archer fire here, but honestly, it's not doing too much. Because that's the thing about crossbows outside of the wall. Like, what are they going to do? They don't have the arc that they need. But Cao Cao is coming in a little slow and goes around. Oh, it's your boy Xu Chu coming in. Of course, we always knew that was going to be coming. You know, this defense was always about putting on a brave face and telling Lu Bu that we tried our best. And we're going to do that. We are going to do that. We're going to be like, wow, Lu Bu, you're going to be so impressed with our best. And he's going to be like, your best? Losers always whine about their best. I got more of the archers there, and I mean, just when they drop their horses off, that is, when you get unhorsed, you are trading a lot of lethality away for the ability to get on top of the wall. And that's why it's what we want to see. But of course, Xu Chu is here now, and we have no answers for that. No answers at all, but it's alright. You know, we fought bravely. And importantly, you know, our towers did awesome work. And, you know, hopefully... Hopefully old boy doesn't bear a grudge against us and lets us, you know, have our kid come home alive. But this tower does see this chip side, and this one sees that one, so I mean, if we've got him here in an alright spot, Xu Chu is not like... If we get him embroiled here with tower shooting him, we might be able to get him down too. Although I doubt we'll be able to get a victory out of it, but you know, stranger things have happened, right? But of course, he'll be doing his move again before too long. He is unbreakable, but we are getting damage on him, right? You know, we are getting some damage on him. And we've got fine morale on this side. We're just going to get these guys onto and yeah, all we've got in here is archers. So when these dudes do get inside, it's going to be pretty bad. But hey, our men on the wall are still fighting. These spear warriors are getting chipped down, and these towers, you know, they're it's about sending a message. But Xu Chu is he's down to 13k, so we, you know, sending a message indeed. Xu Chu's defeated, and now we just gotta see what happens here. Because this army's getting chipped down. Obviously, we can't, like, win by army lossing them, but we absolutely could potentially, like, just stop them from winning. No more ammo. But we've got internal tower coverage on the approach here and on the approach here. But if they, yeah, they fight up this side, of course, and then that takes away some of that benefit. But we have a very limited amount of infantry. These on the wall have to kind of have to stay here. We're just gonna try. Yeah, we charge the spear warrior, thinking that, you know, hey, if we get the momentum against him, because, you know, hey, it's better than not charging him at all, right? And while we don't manage to flank them, you know, they are getting shot up a bit, and their morale is bad. Our morale on the wall here is bad as well, and having the guys on the wall there doesn't really serve a purpose. However, it is, you know, good anyway. Alright, so we knock the spear warriors out. One of you chase them down. And then we're gonna flank around the back here. Yeah, I was like, see, one of you chase them down. There we go. Alright, that one shatters, and now we got to go around this way. You chase them. Don't give them a chance to rally, right? Speaking of a chance to rally, but we just need to take our chance to get them into the spot that we need. Because if we fight right here, then we get tower support from the side, and we can flank around a little easier. There we go. They shatter there. We're going to go and retake this tower on the offhand chance that it helps at some point, but I think... because this tower still works. But, you know, we may have done another heroic defense. And if that's the case, then how awesome are we? And if it isn't, then, you know, we dreamed big, and that's good too. Because just having 2 towers here to fire does a lot of work. Yeah, you know, we might have done it. Once again, the reticent nature of these fools comes to bite them, and we want to get these guys off of the wall now. Yeah, well, you know, maybe we shouldn't have, but... oh, yeah, you know, that was bad. They had a bunch of archers there. Yikes! Well, it was too late to back them up. But, you know, they said they couldn't hold the wall anymore. And wow, wow, wow. Pretty rough. Honestly, that might have thrown it, right? Getting them off the wall, because that woke all of these guys up to what their potential is. But, you know, maybe we'll be okay. But yeah, we've got, you know, victory point. We're going to sit all these guys up here. But, you know, we might have done it. We might have done it. Of course, it'll be... hey, look. Let's see, Xiahou doing this. Yeah, dude, we, you know, Ma Dai fell in the fighting. But he, you know, assuming we get that, because, of course, we had a puddle here. And the generals just sort of hung out on it for a while. So we got Cao Cao down, and then the strategist, but then Xiahou flipped out. We had Ma Dai on foot, get him almost all the way down, and then we got him down. Xu Chu showed up, and we chipped him down with about 400 infantry. And, yeah. Good morning. And, of course, seeing all their generals fall in defeat, these guys aren't interested in going in. And we down another general over there. Glorious! Having the bastion artillery over here was pretty good, I think, because it made them move around a little more. If only we'd been able to burn the trees down, right? But I think we got it, you know. We'll just not rotate the map too much. And, I say that while I double click on things. Because I think, yeah, I think we got them. They're running around like a chicken with their head cut off there. And even if they do get in, these internal towers are pretty solid at the wings, and then here, you know, there's a good bit of crossfire there and there. Wish that one's shot inside. But we still got this one on the corner too. So I mean, it's but the very first part of the battle, we did great, and that's like, it was pretty crucial because we sent Ma Dai out alone to maraud the door knockers on the ram, the Qingzhou halberdiers or whatever. We had them down to 4 models. They kept rolling these unbreakable things on them, so they had 4 models when they broke the door down. But we got on the archers with the fire arrows and kept our towers up a lot longer than we would have, which, you know, it's about sending a message. But once again, the famed defenders, and, you know, we're fresh again, and they are, you know, they're fresh too, but we're, oh yeah, getting to fresh takes us up because you lose that exhausted morale hit. Yeah, so, you know, now at 25 morale, they can actually still stand up and fight a little bit longer. And they unhorsed, as you see. You know, they took all of their equestrian forces, got off of their horses to climb up the walls, which was awesome. We fought them up there for ages. But, you know, that just goes to show how bad leadership can lead to blindness in Xiahou doing. Time to sip our coffee and gaze upon our wondrous work. You know, 40-minute battle timer would be better. But once more, the gate pass stands, and after this season, you know, the administrator will show up, and then I guess, like, we can get another brother, the other brother, and stick him here too. I mean, there's no reason not to. No, what we need is somebody with night battle that's in here, because then while they're building the siege stuff, you night battle out. You get the garrison against that single army that's building it, and then you just chip them away, and then they never get in. Unless they have siege weapons. I think that'll work. Because I recall my first campaign, right? When we were up north of the Yellow River. I think we were up there. Fighting against Yuan, and we had... I think we had Zhuge Liang there, and we night battled off somebody. Like, there was a bunch of armies around, and I think... that was going on, you know, in between being an enemy of the Han and being an enemy of the Han and being an enemy of the Han. And making peace with Yuan Shao and then having him, you know, act like a jerk. I'm like, why doesn't he want to like me? But, you know, the very good wall of the pass stands once more. Yeah, but I guess here, like, their morale in this stack is getting weird. But oh, they're finally thinking about trying to go in. No. Well, yeah, some of them are. Maybe those are the running ones. But with 2 minutes left to spare, all we have to do is avoid a crash. I think that was what happened with the other thing. I think because there is the stutter, right? I think in the Jincheng siege, what happened was because it freeze frames whenever you win the battle by a means that's not the claim victory button, that happens. So if it freezes a little, we're not going to freak out yet. If we never get to do one of these... Hey, there we go. Glorious. Might well one if they just charged that little blob. Yeah, you know, they very well may have. They still had ammo with their crossbows and stuff. And, I mean, that would have... I mean, they would have really been able to just shoot up everybody that was there. Our archers without ammo, and, I mean, like, we would have had tower support over it, but, of course, we already saw the towers only do so much against massed infantry, you know. They can kill at most one a shot, right? But, glorious day. We get 2,000. The Emperor's gonna be so mad at you. The Emperor's gonna be so mad at you. He still has his eyes. Or at least right now he does. Let's see if that holds out for much longer. But yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked. Dao Ying. Well, of all things, it looks like we're gonna get Yuan Shu on our good side, which, I mean, hey, he gives us a bunch of money. And, to be clear, subjugating him is, like, absolutely in the best interests of the realm, right? He acted an absolute fool, and Lu Bu, wise and righteous prime minister that he was, elected to find a diplomatic end to it that didn't involve ripping his head off. Because he's such a good guy. Save the game. Gotta always save the game. She is a striking majesty. We'll see what her traits are like if she'll join us. Good morning, Nelly. You failed your calibration set this morning and I'm now very grumpy. Oh, no! Well, perhaps in time you will be sneezy. Or dopey. Or even sleepy about it. But I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, so we get... I mean, going across the bottom's obviously the best way to go anyway, because money knockback's down here. And the top ones aren't really that desirable for what we need to do here anyway, so... Yeah, and it's, I'm like, do we recruit a couple generals into a stack and try to run them down? No, we'll just let him run. The Emperor is barely not... Yeah, with 6 from his filled reserves, it basically always is working for him there. But hey, you know, the Emperor loves me too. And, I mean, honestly, he is not a big fan of most of these people otherwise. But she's a spy, isn't she? But she's a spy. Man. Well, I mean... If we keep satisfaction super high, no. Well, we could give her just a title to keep her satisfaction super high. Yeah, let's try to keep her. Alright, so if we give her, you know, just a straight up, like, General-in-Chief, it doesn't matter, you know, like, the symbolism of it, right? We just need to give her the maximum amount of happiness. I guess 50 is probably about as good as it gets, huh? 50 plus no desire. Yep, well, welcome to the army, General-in-Chief. To Yuan, my girl. Oh, she's got a whole different... Alright, so she's got Wizard of the River Deluge, and then her special thing makes them 100% fatigued and they can't move for 20 seconds. Well, you know. It's still her. She's still like a star. Alright, yeah, that'll keep her satisfaction super high. And, you know, we'll get her for the faction... You know, for the love of the game, even if we don't use her. Yeah, definitely not as good as in Make Them Unique, right? but she can level up. Oh, wow. Okay, so spousal support gives experience to the spouse. So that is... So she'd be just an awesome pickup in general if you wanted that. And I think she makes the, like, growth in the commanderies. So, I mean, obviously she's not married to anyone in our faction, but we can fix that. And, you know, get her, you know, married to, I don't know, Gao Shun or something. And then, because then, you know, she can just marry whoever needs more experience. A very practical outlook. No, I mean, only for reasons should we be getting divorces for people, right? It's unseemly. It doesn't promote, you know, the good order of things. You know, obedience brings victory, and it's important to act the right way. But the army of state, the ducal army here is rolling in, and we are about to say hello to all of our little friends here. We'll give her a nice rat. Everybody likes a nice rat. Really? Oh, because of the gate pass. Well, this is a good opportunity to get the Imperial garrison out and fight. Moreover, because they're fighting me, the Emperor will be so mad at him. And it lets us pick up Xiahou Yuan for the kill list. I mean, this is just good, right? Wonder who they gave Lament to. Sion, it would make a ton of sense on her, right? But I was just thinking, I was like, man, I missed that ability. That was good stuff. Alright, yeah, we're gonna crush these fools. Sure, they got the Imperial dudes here, but I mean, they can only do so much. Alright, we got a little bit of a messy battlefield, but reinforcements from over there. So these retinues can now go anywhere, and Hualong Li and her retinue is the only thing that doesn't have the Vanguard, and they're highly mobile anyway. So very excellent place to be at with the guerrilla deployment for everybody now. Alright, so towers here, yeah. Alright, we can't see them because they're the attacking one. Well, I'm gonna go up and try to pick a fight. Hey, Xiahou Yuan, your father was a hamster and all that. Come get some. You want to go, bro? You want to go? You think you're bad? You think you're cool? Think you're a big tough guy? Do you want to duel Lu Bu? Well, you know. Do you want to duel Lu Ji? Well, he's got the melee evasion buff right now, so we'll probably really want to. Yeah, there we go. And we'll get Lu Bu engaged with the commander there. That'll be nice. And then, boom, baby. We're not too worried about the commander beating him up, right? And even if they're Oathsworn, well, that would just make Xiahou Yuan a better fight. Speaking of a better fight, let's juice up the girl here. Let's get the power on. Let's get rolling. And speaking of the power, boom, baby. Xiahou Yuan is absolutely not a match for Lu Ji. Not on his best day. He's got Fallen Friend. That'll help him. That'll help him a lot, actually. But he's still, you know, I'm confident in my girl. But, you know, we gotta stop taking tool duels at the same time. I gotta start being a better person about that. Huadan Li gets embroiled. We can just push out, though. If you don't charge the spears, you can just, like, get out of them. I don't think they really unhorsed you if you let them get the charge. Alright, so what we're trying to do here is just lock all these guys in place. Man, you know, Xiahou Yuan doing way better than we gave him credit for here. But, you know, she emerges victorious all the same. You know, we, that was dumb, you know, it was bad. It was bad for us to don't do tool duels at the same time. It's cool, but don't do it. It's not smart. But it's alright. Lu Ji's fine. And maybe we'll find another duel for her. And she still has 34,000 hit points. So it's like now she has more than a regular amount of hit points. Yeah, she still has more than Lu Bu, and he's like at full HP. So, you know, reports of that not being awesome were somewhat exaggerated. They tried to bait me there, and now we just need to get back here. And not run through my own caltrops by preference. Actually, Lu Ji can rampage in the back here, assuming she doesn't get unhorsed. Yeah, because we can just set her on the Imperial Palace crossbowman. Like, hit a Rage Lu Bu, and then Get away here. But the Imperial Palace crossbone are, of course, the most important thing to force multiply out. Now it's time to countercharge here. This fire shot should be super good, and we just need to stay on there and there. Where's Lu Bu? Alright, well, they are out of it a little bit. We need to get back up here with them. Alright, and then armored archers, they're there. Cataphract, get in here. This one's falling. Need to pull the archers back here and here. Roll in this way. And nice, nice. Get Lu Bu and Lu Ji this way. Lu Bu on that block and stops them from moving, hopefully. There we go. Archers there. Move them here. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Just as planned. Throw a poison dagger at the strategist. It should pop him the whole way if it hits him. It does hit him. Alright, let's get in here. Let's lock these fools down. Huadongli. It's time for another amazing Technicolor fire shot. Coming in here. And then we Dragon's Gaze. Boom. Dragon's Gaze, they're all stationary now, and now we've got a fire shot that will hopefully be the stuff of legends. Alright, what's going on here? Alright, this way, this way. Cataphracts on him is fine. Spears up here. You know, it's not over yet, because the Imperial troops are still here, and these are the crossbows shooting in at the rear of our cavalry. You know, it's not over yet. Time for flaming arrows. Alright, Cataphracts. You know, we shouldn't have chased him that far. That was bad, actually. Speaking of bad, the Chu Blade Masters, the guys we want in this blob fight very badly, not in it. That's okay. Oh boy, speaking of okay, she has 5,000 hit points left. Get out of there. But you know, hey, Blue Blade, right? She's unhorsed. She is unhorsed. Of course she is. Cavalry totally sunk, you know. For all that I thought this was going to be a fine fight, you know, we also got a lot of our very heavy hitters very far away from the fighting, which is terrible. It's very bad indeed. But Lu Bu is still here. Unhorsed, of course. But I think they're army lossing now, or about to think about doing it. And the twin dragons are here, right? And now we drop the dragon's gaze, which we should have been doing this whole time. And without their evasiveness, right, these gate guards are going to get tuned up pretty nicely. And we finally get the rear charge in here. The Blade Masters are pretty quick, and yeah, they'll be showing up, you know. Hey, hey-oh, there we go. After all, we had to fight these armies anyway, and so much the better that we fought them on our own land. Gonna get our full replenishment, because, I mean, this is obviously a tough nut to crack, and I gotta give more respect to the Imperial units, right? Because I always think, oh yeah, we'll just fight them for a while. Nah, man, you gotta fight them for a minute. Daughter's level 10, the father's level 9. She was a higher level than him as soon as she grew up. He starts at level 6. She starts at level 3. And we used assignments, you know, faction mechanic assignments to gloriously get just everything done. Hey, and then right at the end, here, and now we can, you know, do the chase down. I mean, not with the generals, none of them have horses, but the marauders have them. Yeah, doing amazing work. Hold on Li with 458 kills, Lu Ji with 250, Lu Bu 128. You know, it just goes to show how good she is at fighting. And maybe Lu Bu was shooting a lot of stuff with his bow, you know. I like to think he was. She did. She shot so many things that she ran out of ammo. Good for her. Of course, he has a lot more ammo than she does, I think, from effects, but... The Emperor's gonna be so mad at him. Oh, the Emperor's gonna be like, you what? I love Lu Bu. That's my boy. I can't believe you, Cao Cao. Cao Cao will go down to 80 favor and make it up in one day, but Emperor's gonna be so mad at him. Yeah, choked out. Choked out. Great song by the Mountain Goats. Off their wrestling concept album, Beat the Champ. Alright, what do we got? Xiahou Yuan. Well, I say we gotta release them once first, right? I mean, maybe. We don't have to. You know, I used to play him in the video games and stuff, but we wouldn't use him if we got him. And he is a very big asset to Cao Cao, who... Yeah. He's too dangerous to be kept alive. We got you for the kill list. Sorry about you, buddy. I used to play you in Dynasty Warriors 3 and 4 all the time until we unlocked Xu Chu, because he wasn't available at the start of the campaign. And because my buddy always wanted to play Xiahou Yuan because his weapon was cooler than yours. But you're kind of a jerk, and I regret nothing. Untouchable character. Lu Bu gets 15 morale for his own army. hilariously unnecessary event. And Huang Fusong gets even better at administering. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if they're going to be back too soon. Or not to be executed, should have had a bad ability. Indeed, couldn't have said it better myself. Like, well, as an administrator, not good. As a figure in your cabinet, not good. As a personality, not amazing. And it turns out, doesn't even get flames. And yeah, we did an awesome job trucking down that Imperial garrison to where much of them did not even make it in. And of course, with, yeah, huge replens, so we needed to eliminate them there, and we did. So that's going to make it a much easier problem. And then here we'll besiege them. Yeah, waiting another turn would just let them get those other units spun up and be a headache. So besiege them immediately. Possibly they'll sally out at us. You know, we don't have the yellow cav, but we're in good enough form everywhere else to be able to do it. And they might sally out, they might run this army out at us as well. Of course, we know this will be a tremendously easier nut to crack, even with the lack of our yellow cavalry here, because, you know, 7 Imperial units going down to 2 is... 5 of those units is worth this whole army. Yes. Oh, it makes me feel bad. For all his life, Cao honored his family and never once strayed. This weapon is the manifestation of that dedication. Why'd you have to be carrying the blue blade, man? Trying to make me feel bad for doing what I had to do for China. I won't feel bad. Oh. Never once strayed. He's a good lad. Why'd you have to be carrying the blue blade, man? Alright. Because negative retinue upkeep is an incredibly good ability. Negative income from family estates is very moderate as a malice, right? What family estates is 3k, so you lose 150, who cares? I mean, I feel like, yeah, this is a good pickup. That dude, is he a spy? I think Zheng Jiang just isn't a faction anymore. We'll check. No, he's definitely still a faction. Well, then this dude's probably a spy. Well, we could just hold on to him for a bit, and if we make him happy for a while, then, great armor. And can give a single unit charge speed, melee evasion, and melee attack rate that's not a general. And then he also gets unyielding earth on the other side and nature's ally. So, you know, a very, very solid armor. speed for the owned retinue on the armor on top of other speed bonuses. You know, you could get some good stuff, but yeah, we'll just hold on to him, hopefully, you know, for a while, and then see if we can unspy him. This guy's your favorite. He seems really good, and 15% off is, I mean, really good, right? I mean, right now it doesn't save us that much, but in the long term, it gets you closer to the dream, which is never paying for anything, ever. Actually, yeah, 15% retinue, yeah. That is why I hired him. He's a spy, I think, for Zhongxian. Because he doesn't have, like... He doesn't hate him, right? So why would he be here? Now that we're respected... Hey! Oh wait, that's me be his vassal. That's not what I meant. Vassalize, not become a vassal. That's the wrong button. Create vassal. Good thing we read that. Cao Cao. Ooh. Well, if we get a little closer to him, because he's a loyal guard, right? He would be... Well, I mean, potentially. Yeah, we just need to grab some more of this land over here, and then we can get some of them, maybe. Oh, right, because we could do the decree thing, too, to get a little bit more juice for forcing people to do things if we're kind of close. Probably, yeah, because maybe he was too expensive or whatever. But yeah, Wei would definitely be too tricksy for all that. We'll need to deal with Humao before too long. But of course he doesn't have any easy routes into making us frustrated. And I'm like the only faction who can burn stuff down, so... Alright. There and there, everything's fine. And crucially, they move out at us again, allowing us another fight. Very good indeed. And, I mean, better than if they would have waited at the gate pass as reinforcements, right? That would have been a headache. Much less of the Imperial troops to worry about, which means our infantry will do much better in the blob. And, you know, 2 less melee cavalry on our side, but it's a lot of an easier nut to crack. And they don't have a Xiahou Yuan figure here, right? So if anybody duels, they'll just get mauled. And let's get to it. This is perfect. This is very good. It's much more frustrating to siege. And, of course, the Emperor thinks it's fine if you besiege people and they charge out at you. He's like, what, you couldn't just starve? You know I hate the sight of blood. How undignified. But speaking of how undignified, I'm going to take a short break and swap the... I guess not swap the laundry over yet. Maybe my brother has done it for me. Anyway, I do need to check, though. And I will be right back for this battle. Alright, so see you in a few. Alrighty then. Now this fight should be easier than the last one. However, we don't have Strider sources, right? So it's going to be messy. The opening sound. Iced tea recommendation. No, I never touch the stuff. Oh, I am a man made out of coffee beans. And energy drinks occasionally. I try not to have them too much. You know, you gotta be careful what kind of jokes you make on the internet. They make my skin feel bad and I like it. You know, like every time I have one of these C4s, I think, should people even have these? And that's my idea of a great time. Now, we do have fire arrows here, which is a pleasant enough change. Anybody want to brawl? No? Well then, Xiahou, I curse you for a coward! And throw a magic poison dart upon you. It doesn't go off. Alright, it hits them, hooray! Alright, the good news is they're super fast and they have forest penalty ignoring, so they're faster than I am, and I've made a big mistake. I forgot about their special stuff. Alright, it'll be fine. We'll just bolt. Their cav won't be able to effectively chase us after all. We're Lu Bu. Do not pursue. Because we'll be like dragon's gaze upon them. Boom. Perfectly allowing us to get out in spite of the mistake. It's just you and me in here. You don't have forest penalties, and I do, but I'm Lu Ji, and you're not.
Oh, they got caught. It'll be alright. Sweet shot by Huolongni, and then we're just going to bounce out of that charge. They were wedged up right, and then we're just going to get in here to the center, not get broken up so much like the time before. And she's shooting us with Honor Manifested, so we are going to shoot her with this Poison Bolt, because it's a pretty nice pickup. And I think it misses her. It's alright. Oh, you know, it's clumsy, but we're making it work anyway, because we have like 80 morale on them, so even after we've kind of got them in a real bad spot, we're still fine. And here, of course, we'll be able to rotate over. The Cataphractoi will get these guys taken out quite nicely. Lu Ji's having a party here, still got 31k hit points, good, good, good. And now we dump all our shots into these crossbows. And then hit fire arrows now. Come on, line it up. You know, being in melee will often make it not work, but sometimes, oh, sometimes you can make it line up just perfectly. They're trying to give that flank, so we're just going to run the camp crushers over this way, because I just noticed they were trying to run too far away. But these two Blade Masters, on the charge especially, will make very short work of these fools, and then we're going to be able to run up and hit the flank here, just like what we have them in the army to do, right? Lock those guys in place so they can get shot up while they're trying to run. Frontal charge into Spear Guards with the two Blade Masters, but, you know. Oh, they all have dual swords. I love it. I love it. Look at them turn them down, right? Good stuff. Hualong Li gets very tuned up, but it'll be all right. It's too bad they didn't bring us anybody else for our kill list, but hey, you can't have everything. Imperial Sword Guards, that's a job for everyone to charge into. Yes, indeed. And with everybody on the case, the Imperial Sword Guards get downed very quickly, just as planned. And of course, they still have tons of people coming here. This fight ain't over. They brought plenty of stacks to this fight, of course, not like enough. I think we take this duel so that, well, I mean, maybe she just wins it, right? And gets healed? Yeah. I mean, she is still a sentinel. We take the duel. If she wins, she heals. If she doesn't win, they get Oathsworn heals and stuff, and then she'll be back next turn anyway, right? I think. I mean, she might just straight win, though, right? She has tenacity. She's a sentinel. She's got 65 evasion, and the blue blade. So this dude now has only 30 armor, and she's hitting for a ton of damage. Oh, you want to brawl? Yeah, very well, I accept. And she uses her evasion ability too early for it to matter there. The evasion ability makes her think she can beat Lu Ji in a fight, so she challenges her. Very well, I accept. Of course, we might get an Oathsworn thing where they heal each other, and that would be bad. But if Hualong Li wins first, then Lu Ji wins this fight anyway. And it looks like Hualong Li is going to very handily win this. What is this? Okay. Visibility range in stock. That's fine. Yeah, Hualong Li is going to just rip his face off. I don't even think he's going to hit her one time. Get wrecked. Slow swing speed. He only hits for, like, the 1k armor. Piercing, so yeah. Hualong Li. Perfect duel. Awesome. I think they're just being like, hey, I'm trying to audition for Lubu's crew, right? And frankly, I'm impressed. Like I am. Because at this point, you gotta be like, look, if we're gonna lose, we need to make it look so good so that this guy, who's the Prime Minister of the Han, will let us work for him, right? Right. It's because the 100 melee evasion made them too hasty. But I love that too, you know. That's very historically accurate. Even a big hero can get a little bit too hasty, you know. They can believe their own hype a little bit. And of course, Lu Ji with data round swings 37 times a minute, which is about 2 times as quick as somebody with this kind of weapon should be swinging. It's not like the best weapon in the game. It's merely a very, very good weapon. But these guys don't want to run, huh? Oh, the Blade Master's all the way. Do they have Strider or something? No, they're just pretty quick at 48. I mean, 48 is fast enough to catch infantry, so. Although these crossbowmen have 51 speed because Xiahou gives them 25% speed to the faction. You know, getting him would be very cool. Heroic victory.
Only will lose if she gets hit. If yes, indeed. Getting it done. Just choking him out like above his head, doing some straight Steven Seagal moves. And getting a ton of post-battle. I mean, this is perfection, right? This is exactly what you want to see. When you're besieging it, they come to you, tanking them on Imperial Favor, relatively tanking. Like, I was impressed by that duel. We're not killing you. Plus, you're part of the Imperial, clan in the broadest sense. You're stern, spiteful, relentless, and solitary. It seems like you would make a great friend for Lu Ji later on. Getting rid of him would devastate their faction. Whoever they got for heir wouldn't be this good. By a really long shot. But he's the heir to Cao Cao's faction. So if we really push him back and we can get him to vassalize or something to end the war, then we can yank him with the faction event. And he's just a good guy. We'll deal with the speed. We'll deal with the speed. Letting Cao Cao have something that makes him feel special, that's good, right? Ooh, wow. Looters taking the level 7 settlement over here. Awesome for us. Big if true. Because that's a level of headache that might just keep some of these horse dudes busy forever. Speaking of busy forever, well, it's a good thing that we're right up here because it looks like these fools are trying to get into it. Well, we're not too far from home with this army, which is excellent. We do need to finish this up. We probably... If we're going to be doing sieges... Wow, yeah. I'm like, if we're going to be doing sieges with this army, we probably need to restructure it, because... Alright, so here, I feel like we don't give this to Dong Zhuo because... we need the farmland up here, right? We'll lose this. We'll be fine here. Yeah, that'll be fine. But this will, probably go down to... these forces, but of course we'll be able to get up there ere too long here. Yeah, we can get... Well, he looks like he might be on his way to take it back, right? Look at him. Look at him trying to move on in. Did he burn that down? I think so. But crucially here, we get tenacity. We just go here to hit wisdom and get... Yeah, because this way gets us wisdom of the river quicker, and that is desirable.
Lost fights over the West, we lost it all twice. Indeed, you know, the Emperor trusts us to hold Chang'an. And of course, with this sick Imperial garrison, like, let Cao Cao try to take it from me. Ma Chao gets a level. Excellent. Gives us faction support faction-wide for being le heir. And also, you know, at level 5 now is very close to getting, you know, Flames plus Blade. You know, he'll be in the next army, right? He'll be the vanguard in the next army whenever that army happens. Although, giving it to Ma Dai feels better, but you know. Oh, this is the guy that we just got from the event, so he would be, you know, reliable admin here, but just need to not tax the place. This pass is, of course, upgrading, and in 4 more turns, it'll have, you know, its little stack there too, and now with stack plus stack, you know, Xiahou might be trying to come up here again, but you know, you just stay there, dude. You and somebody else we know are on my list of things to do this week. You tell that Xu Chu. You tell him I'm gonna come to see him. And when I do, we better be there. Don't you have him send somebody else? I want to see him. Income boost. Awesome stuff. This game is such a good game. I know I say it all the time. It's even true. But yeah, we'll likely come up here and hit on Ding first and then roll up this way. We're gonna lose this. We might even lose the silk, but they can't crack this. They can't, not with these armies. But you could probably beat them in a field battle with that garrison, right? Let alone behind some walls with some sick towers and bastion artillery. I don't even know if they would try, honestly. But we'll have that army to deal with them ere too long. We're going to swap to Flying Riders. You know, it's incredibly cheap, and they're not that much more expensive. Well, I mean, they are that much more expensive. It's okay. We're going to switch to Flying Riders, because they're good. Are you joking? %10 armor when commanding. Yeah, so we're going to have heavy cavalry at 98% armor, potentially, and 90% for Flying Riders. Well, that's pretty good. I love this faction. Good stuff. Alright, so what did we get for Xiahou Yuan? More charge bonus for shock and melee. Awesome. I'm like, we didn't even look at what we got for getting him just then. He was the only one in that fight, right? Yes. But yeah, absolutely bonkers. That's crazy. And of course, we have slightly more to shock cavalry than to other people, I think. But once we go in here again into Jing and get those unique units, I mean, like, big boosted armor on those yellow dudes with mighty knockback. Might as well, yeah, I mean, like, they, you know, if you just run them into, like, some sabers or something that lacks some armor piercing, they'll be able to stand there for ages. And, of course, now, like, sure, they don't have shields, but at 90% armor, arrows, you know, that's a lot better than they used to be. Of course, that 10%, going from 80 to 90, that doubles the reduction. That's the good stuff there. When you get to the high numbers, every point matters more. What time is it? 10:52. Thank goodness. You know, when I woke up this morning, I thought it was Sunday again, because Sunday had been so long ago, and I played Three Kingdoms for like 7 hours yesterday. Oh, they're trying to roll up this way. Well, that's funny.
敢问意下如何？行了，说完了。
¿Por qué no los dos? Oh yeah, it's the art of war. It's the art of war. You may be familiar with that phrase from the famous Bone Thugs and Harmony song, The Art of War. That's where most people know it from. Range block chance for him, gorgeous. Well, we don't really need to put it on anybody, but it's nice to have it. They made it in. Alright, so they're going somewhere. I mean, I don't think they'll have a... Yeah, no, they won't have a better time with Wu Pass, which is upgraded to have the Imperials and has Ma Zhu, the prideful stallion, as the administrator. So, you know, he doesn't have good units, but he has some units. And Xiang Marauders are good units. And, of course, the Imperial ones are better than good units. You can stand them up and fight on the wall, and they'll just hit people, you know, for an extended period of time. What we do here is hit Hong Nong here. We're just going to cut Cao Cao off from his replenishment, and now he's going to be big rock and a hard place time. It's in the winter, no supplies, far from home. It's really a big dilemma. I hate that for him. Momentum maxed, which gives us what we need here. And this guy, who we don't... Well, you know, he could be a spy. He could potentially be a spy. Let's try to see if Hu Mao will hire him, right? Like, did the other one leave? Oh, yeah, they're, yeah. The other guy did leave, and we're going to... Well, you know, this guy's not, like, supposed to be messing with us, right? Yeah, these guys are raiders and stuff. The Zhanbei are not Han, so I think executing them will just make everybody like me better, except for him, who's unlikely to like me too much. But getting him pushed off there is good, and if us moving up here distracted him on that front, so much the better. Fugan is actually pretty good at administering. We get the food production and stuff, so even though the income is unlikely to be that helpful here, you know, and he might be better somewhere else, we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, in this building, we have to wait one turn, and then we can swap the toolmaker over. We don't want to break it. I mean, it's it'll be cheap to swap over. I just don't want to. Oh well, you know, for 2K, no, it's not worth doing. Right now, we'll make this place tax exempt. Well, no, that stops it from growing food. We will not make it tax exempt. That's right. Taxes aren't just the money. So if we go down here and take some of Hu Mao's lands here, we can probably get a couple of vassals on this front, which would be excellent, of course. I mean, we're making 2.2 from our boy over here. You know, he's holding on. Keep on paying me. Keep on paying me. Alright, so here... I mean... Well, we want some of this land is the thing. Yeah, we want that farmland and such. Maybe afterward. Where he'll be more amenable to our overtures anyway. I think Ma Teng married into the Yuan family. The Yuan family, I think, is what happened, because our boys weren't showing up for marriage alliances with the Duchy of Zhong, which I think is because of that. Because they're, like... I don't know. Yeah, because, you know, if our family and their family were broadly linked through Lu Ji, then they wouldn't be able to marry in. Do they really have no daughters? Yeah. Ma clan's really quite large. Yeah. And although we have plenty of them, you know, there's all sorts that could be out there plotting, being level 3 tax collectors at age 9 years old. She's just out there being a successful girl. But crucially, the Duchy of Zhong, we know, doesn't have the prestige to move up. And we are pretty sure that Cao Cao isn't, like, prestige stacking at the time either. You know, he's just lost another city up there. And, you know, the gate passes, and he's about to lose Luoyang to us. So we are succeeding in our goals of, you know, keeping the grass cut. Joyous occasion! A daughter has been born to the heir. Spy infiltrates, and we're gonna just continue as prime minister, right? Yeah, why not? I mean, it's 204 and all's well. And we're gonna get another vassal from the Duchy of Zheng. Love it. Love it. Well, I mean, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So, Cao Cao is ever a thorn in our side, right? Kidnapped the Emperor. Kidnapped the Emperor, right? Broke into the Emperor's favorite house. And kidnapped him. We had to rescue him and bring him back. What to do? I mean, being sneaky and underhanded isn't like a Lu Blue thing. That's a him thing. But you know, we've just put Cao Cao out of the north here, right? And taken the gate passes back and pushed all of his other forces out, and maybe the Emperor is displeased, you know? And Gao Shun is just delivering the message. But he's such a wonderful villain, you know? You hate to just get rid of him without defeating him truly. I mean, we did, like, he died because of the gate pass, I guess. You know, that's why he's wounded. It's not like we're just sneaking in. Let him go this once. Yuan. Oh. Well, you know, that... Does that cost us money? No. Yeah. Yeah, so that would give us satisfaction and stuff. Oh no, he gives you the family estate money just for showing up, I think. Yeah. Well, maybe not. We'll see next turn if he does. The 50-foot mustache levels up to level 3. Alright, so... Yep. So Dongzhuo rolled them up there. Oh, he beat them. That's why Cao Cao was injured for the faction event. But here, this army is fine, and we will chase him in. And if he runs to Luoyang, then we will chase him to Luoyang. And perhaps find a fitting spouse for our perfect girl. And perhaps not. Sun Jian moving up into our lands here a little, right? Yeah, because we can go up here and then vassalize Gagan and just take the horse trainer, right? The animal tamer. And this army is not going to be able to beat that, so we can just, like, let her keep on hanging around in the lands here, I guess. So moving against them is more important here. If we go to... I mean, he might be there for all we know, but... Yep. Alright, so we clearly need to go back here. Yeah, we've got more movement than they do. I don't think they can get all the way here in time, but... But we will wait an ambush here and hopefully be able to convince some of them. Yeah, so they're all here. This is where they're hanging out. And we'll keep these farms for now because that's slightly better than those farms. But I mean, we could get to a level 4 farm though, which would be just as good as this is now. Well, yeah, we'll just keep them there then. We'll build a school because we need to build a school somewhere. Yeah. For the tech unlocking. No, we need to build a grain silo so we can get here. Yeah. That's for next year. Persuade the gentry here. Just get everybody out on assignment, right? And here, Dongzhuo actually is doing fine. You know, he's pushed them back over on this front. I mean, sure, we've got problems, but... Is Hu Mao at war with Panlin? Panlin with a level 9 city here. He is not. He's just at war with us. I mean, from here, I mean, maybe this is fine, though. Because even without the farmland... Well, no. Getting the farmland is highly desirable. And yeah, we want this food for our lands, right? This is an important region to grab, so we'll just keep on with our ambitions there. We need this one, because this is how we get to the silk one. Well, that's commandery wide, so... This one... Well, no, we have a silk one here. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want. Gaogan is not very far from accepting vassalage to us. Gao Shun, yeah. I was like, Gaogan doesn't want to fight us? Yeah. Yeah, Gao Shun definitely wants to fight. And of course, we've got a wonderful army for dealing with these fools. We've got a bunch of guys without shields, right? Just so many guys without shields. Exactly what we want to see. "52 armored Xiang hunters. Decent. And Mr. Trampling Hooves can go back home. His defense of the gate pass has been noted. Big hero. Yeah, Gaogan would make a much better vassal. It wouldn't upset other people for him to be there. Reliable personality. And, you know, when the time comes to take the fight to Yuan Shao, you know that he would want a little piece of it. The Sun family can't be far from declaring a duchy unless they're doing very poorly down here, which is possible, but, I mean, they can't be doing too bad. He just hasn't been able to get anybody else into his allies. He's rich as rich, though. Oh, very bad Imperial Favor. Do we just declare him an enemy of the Han? If we do that, then, yeah, this is good, yeah. And that'll happen next turn, I guess. Yeah. So some people get... Liu Bei gets income from looting settlements for Imperial Favor, so I guess everybody gets a little bit of something different depending on who they are. Ours is the familiar one, but yeah. Well, I figured it would just make everybody mad at him because he's doing alright here, and then it could encourage people, because he's got such low favor, that I figured it could encourage everybody to move against him without us having to, you know, do anything else. Our field reserves are giving us a ton of favor. That was like 6 a turn from that, plus the 2 for where we were at, so I feel like hopefully it'll be okay. Crucially, you know, we're in a better spot than ever before. The Yellow Turbans have taken over the land there. If we could spin up a third army, which we could theoretically do, a third army down here would be great. This could acquire us a vassal or two. We could move in for the weapon crafter as well. Oh, by making him an enemy of the Han, we declare war. Ah, of course. Because that's part of being an enemy of the Han, is the people that the Han are declaring war on you. But I guess even though the Duchy of Zhong's an enemy of the Han still, I don't know. Gao Shun gets to level 7. Move him on the bottom line, because we're hoping that he, like, unspies himself eventually, right? Ah, look at the crew there now. That's a classic little setup. But of course here they don't have much inside, so we're hoping that Cao Cao will like get brave and attack us. That would be the ideal. But yeah, I would say, yeah, it does feel like a waste of favor, but we're back up to 82 already, and yeah, so we're doing okay. We'll be fine. But it is a little reckless. Here, crucially, they peek out their heads a little bit. Time to brawl. Oh, beautiful. You can't love a battlefield more than that with an army like this against an army like that. You cannot. I defy you to love a battlefield more. Alright, let's see if we can get this shot. Come on, baby! Beautiful. Because every 15 seconds or so, then you do like one volley of poison and then swap right back off, right? Because that's the way to do it. Hitting the whole crew. Like, oh, you guys walk too far forward, you're going to be real sorry about that. You know, they hit their evasion. I don't think it's going to work for them as good as they hoped, though. Round of poison. Back to normal. Need to get him out of there. Don't need to be giving away damage. And of course, as they're fleeing, a very good time to chase them on down. You want to go, bro? Yeah, I don't even know anything about you to know that I want this fight. You want to go? You know, you're not supposed to duel twice. You're not supposed to do 2 duels. We're going to do it anyway. Like, I bet she wins it, right? We're just going to keep our strategist around to interrupt these fools. Get out there, and now our shot cab is going to be able to just truck on him here. Like, I'm sure we'll win this. It just might take a little while. Still, you know, you got to do your duels. When somebody challenges you to a duel, you know, honor may not forbid, and if it doesn't, then you get a brawl. It's great. Beautiful. Fugan just keeps on running around and frustrating this sentinel. Pulls him away from these guys. Somehow he uses the ability, I guess, from underneath the deluge, but she emerges victorious, goes to get back on her horse eventually, and then we'll be able to do another sick poison volley. Speaking of, time to get out. Those are spears. Gorgeous. Like, can she do a poison volley on foot? Maybe. No, she just barrels in. Sentinel with Into the Breach, you know, hardly that scary. Good horse. Maybe we'll get it. And of course, we don't have huge replen, I don't think, from the various buffs at the moment, but it'll be good enough. We're in our own lands, so that's something. And of course, they're gonna have a worse time making up for this than we are. This is on our turn, I think. Yeah, this is on our turn. But crucially, you know, we're largely unharmed. It's our heroes that got beat up a little bit because this duel is going on forever. Jeez Louise. You know, it's a sentinel, right? Even a sentinel without a great weapon is still very good at fighting because of that evasion. Just hit him one more time, dude. We even have a super high, fast swing speed, and he's still, like, almost losing this brawl. Sad. Gao Shun has been defeated. Well, you know. He runs away. I think he gets spared in the fight. Well, you know. Not going as planned. Where's this battle map located? North of the Great Wall in the steppe. Vanguards are not duelists. Right. I know, but, like, he's got a gold weapon. I was like, a gold weapon against a dude. Doesn't have tenacity. But yeah, you know, that evasion, though. Because, you know, good evasion, you're just not connecting with your hits. What are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, just getting, you know, we're role-playing. It's not just for the horses. These guys have no business, you know, stealing our land. Trying to. And after, so it says the duel. So the battle won, the general chases down the enemy general and challenges them to a duel. So after we lost the duel, somebody ran him down and was like, I demand you duel me. But here, we're going to be able to delegate in beautifully. And smash, and both of these armies are totally popped. We don't need the movement because we've got so much of it already. And they fall down. Now, their faction leader's still here. If we take this... well, we'll have to do the battle manually is what we'll have to do. We could just back up and then fight them again in a second. I don't hate that. So that is what we'll do. You know, if we had gotten him injured all the way, then it'd be fine. But he's quite beat up. They're both quite beat up. So we'll just jump in here. Oh, when you have low favor, you get income from post-battle loot and looting settlements. So it's like you can just... oh, the Emperor hates me? Well, then, I guess I'm going to be better at stealing from y'all. And before too long, we'll get the level of the market, and then we'll be able to upgrade all of the silk, and that will be very nice indeed. And get the silk market, so we should get a big influx of money. Now, speaking of... are the yellow turbans still alive? Yeah. It just says they're here. They aren't. Or they might be, but I doubt it. I think there's just a Yellow Turban faction there. They could all be in it, though, right? They could all be in it. Alright. We're still making the stuff. That battle was this turn. Speaking of that battle was this turn, let's give it a nice save. We did some work already. But yeah, Ellie, so that battle took place up here. So the wall is depicted here on the map. And then we're up north of it here. In the steppes of Onding. Now, the Great Wall of China, of course, was built several different times by several different people in many different eras, but this is one of the very good walls of China. They usually, you know, built onto the already existing ones. You know, the idea was if you build a really big wall, they won't be able to ride their horses in, but it turns out that people on horses can usually just go around. And then sometimes they'll climb over the wall and they'll be like, now all of China knows you're here. And you'll go, perfect. Watch out with the Persuade Gentry here to boost the faction support. Industrial Tool Depot. This man Chang'an's making a ton of money, and it's going to make even more. You know, we've got all these boosts going on. We've got all sorts of things trying to come together to make a bunch of money out of here. Because Chang'an alone can fund a whole army, which is so good. It's so good. And here we go up this way for silks here in Wudu as well. Not to stop them, but just to funnel them. Just go on. Yeah, exactly. Because a wall isn't permanent. And people can go around. But, you know, you can be like, alright, well, if it's broken down over here by the river, we can build a fort over by the river. We don't need to rebuild a whole wall. Yeah. You know, people get like a Hadrian's Wall kind of idea about it, and I'm like, look, do you know how big this area is? do you know how small the area Hadrian's Wall was built across is? And have you seen a map? I mean, Hadrian's Wall, I would call that a great wall too. That's better than a merely good wall. A super great wall, but not the great wall. Just a great wall. And, you know, Hadrian could be proud of himself afterward. I hope they stay in this gate pass or come at me, either one. Because I would love to beat up Cao Cao again. I'd be like, hey, you remember how that doctor got you better? Yeah, I gave him some extra money and I said, hey, no matter what, I want you to make sure that Cao Cao gets better. Don't you go, don't have him hurting. I don't want a contract against that guy. I don't even know where he lives, bro. I'm sure we can think of something that'll be a good move. So fun that Dong Zhuo is finally, you know, finally being happy again and almost getting units in his armies. You know, the north was too much for him. Let him have some of the central plains, right? Cao Cao stays in the Hulao Pass. Duchy of Song. Alright, well, fortunately we're in the neighborhood. Zhuhao faction got destroyed right after he wanted us to join up the war against it, so that's smart. Really not sure where she's going to try to go. She's probably trying to leave, but that's not going to work. She's got nowhere to be. And no idea what this chump is going to try to do. It's not going to work. Yeah, so when you have the port, you can't get the market for the silk there. That's right, because it's the market wharf and not a market. I guess we go to the public order. Well, no, I mean, this one... We're not really having public order problems. We will when the population gets higher, though. And it'll enable us to do stuff like rehabilitate criminals. I love assignments. You know, for all that I can't stand stuff like assignments in Warhammer, I like them a lot in this game. They make me feel fancy. Alright, we built most of the stuff here. We just need this building to stay up for like 1 year, and then we'll break it. I'm not really that interested in holding it. Ooh, 4 reserves faction-wide. That is interesting. But we're just going to hold on to it for that amount of time. This building is unnecessary. Public order, better garrisons and stuff. I'm all about it. I don't normally like to build a garrison building, but now I'm like, I believe in it. You know, he will get vassalized by me, but we need to get this fight first. And after this fight, I think we've got everybody on the kill list associated with Wei. Because Xiahou Duan's here, and Xu Chu's here. Oh, that'll give Lu Bu 25%. Oh, D and Wei, right. Have to buy the Symbol City later? Yeah. Or he'll lose it and I'll take it back. Because it's not like he's got a lot going on that'll let him hold on to it. Support from the people! We finished the first mission, guys. Good job, everyone. And the pass has good garrison now, but I mean, I think we want to actually... Yeah, good stuff. I mean, there's no reason not to have this pass fortified as well. It's only money. And it does boost, you know, the money that we'll make here, as well as being, you know, just good sense. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum.
mean, maybe we should just go for it, right? We don't have anybody good at dealing with him, but all he has is mighty knockback for himself, right? He doesn't have any of the other cool abilities he could get. Tempered deflection, roar. They've got that northern problem too, where they'll run. Yeah, you know, maybe that's... Yeah, so we can, we get in here. Sure, we're a little beat up, but the army's mainly fine. Yeah, because if we just weaken them and make them want to run, they don't have a lot of shields. Their cav mostly has it, but we'll destroy the cav if we like fight them straight up, right? Our cav is better than their cav by a pretty huge margin. All right. Well, I'm gonna take just a short break, and then we'll be right back for more of this. All right. So here. All right, good. We got a field battle. Perfection. Because of our very amazing armor, we don't really have to worry too much about them. They don't have that much cav, not enough to really beat ours. Gao Shun has a limited amount of HP, but that doesn't matter.
为了至善至真，我等需奋力前行。
他们很快就会尸横遍野。
孙子云：“
And here, of course, we see the benefits of being freed from the worries of infantry. Because all we want to do here is get our volley of poison arrows in and bounce. Get our volley of poison arrows in and bounce. Get up to the side here and hit them up, because we are pretty close on balance now. We just need to, you know, make it flip so that when the opportune moment comes, we'll be able to run over them. This poison volley will hopefully run right down the line here. You know, not a perfect angle. If we would have shot there, it probably would have been better. But hey, be alright. Rotate over this way. No. Well, you know, I think it'll be fine just because these guys are right. Yeah, actually, you know, hardly a great one, but you know, we get a shot off on them. Need to get in motion. We lose a hunter there. We let their cav get on top of us. Very bad, right? Very bad indeed. Oh, that was that one that was on the far side. Yeah. Alright, so they got the range block chance there. That means we just need to get over there. You know, we got our roar on them. They're upset. We still got a good chunk of life on him, 7.4, so we'll be alright. We just need to not get too engaged here. Get rid of all of their cavalry and then bounce out.
Oh no, she was oath sworn to somebody. Rats. You know, I gotta be more careful about that. Because that strategist was not the kill we would have looked for, knowing they were oath sworn, and man, they all show up here. Alright, can we get over here to save them in time? I mean, probably, right? Jeez, get the strategist out of there. Wow! You know, some of our attempts to get on these archers were very reckless, right? But some of the other ones will work. Alright, that worked. Our jump on the archers worked entirely, right? That was a very good move. And then we'll just move them there and back up. Keep them on Zhao Jinlan there, and we've got one more poison volley in us. Oh, he died. We ran him into spears and he died. Well, you know, the good news is that we take her out, and that guy's not oath-sworn to her, and then we'll get one more poison volley, or maybe not. They might actually army loss before the thing falls on them, but maybe not. You know, maybe not. Let's. Alright, so we definitely got it. I mean, they're still fighting, but we definitely got it. We've gotten enough of their cav down, which of course was was a little bit of a headache. A very micro-intensive army. No, I kinda miss having infantry, but on a really big battle where you're outnumbered like this, you know, on a nice wide open spaces. These horse archers, you know, whatever. Just whatever to them. Shock cav here, his ability's off. Beating him down. There we go. Young Marauders will rip up a dude. 500 charge bonus, right? If they get a charge off. Let them hit what they're going for. You just let them. Yes, congrats on healing Gao Shun, indeed. Good job, buddy. You did it. We knew you had it in you. Her Marauder's getting minimal kills, but doing the poison damage, which I still think was a good move. Yeah, we need to convert this building over, because right now it just doesn't do anything, because bandits. But, you know. We will get to that here in a second. Level 5 gets to Wisdom of the River. Very good, of course, for this setup. And then we'll get Fire Arrows and Night Battles when commanding, which will, you know, we probably won't let him command because you get the 25% charge bonus when he commands, but doesn't count poison damage. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, I mean, we were hitting poison, like, even just one volley, flipping it on and off, I think just does, like, a ton of work, you know, because it hits every one of the things that you hit with it. Very nice. And, of course, our momentum here is decent enough. Well, you know, not giving us replen, but no G's here. And, yeah. Down to 10k, but, you know, we're making a lot of money, and we're making more. You know, we spent a lot on these gate passes and on some other buildings, but once the gate passes are up, you know, it's such a tougher nut to crack once they get up there, and that 250 a turn is money well spent. And next turn, if Cao Cao doesn't run away, no, bravely runs away, it's okay. Although it is dropping our momentum.
还望足下赞成。此所谓两制相逢。
Duchy of Wei formed a coalition with Zheng Jiang. Well, you know, he's an enemy of the Han, so... Xiahou comes of age. The spy returns. Didn't get hired. Shanbei Warhorse. Yeah, don't mind if I do. Alright, Hanjin, you would have been Han Sui's kid, probably. Well, you like Lu Bu. And Hong Fu Song, yeah, you just don't like your dad and stuff. Well, he is... probably was just unhappy here. Well, we're just going to take his horse and send him on his way. Melee damage for shot cavalry, but it's not armor piercing melee damage, right? Guerrilla deployment. I mean, it's interesting enough, but yeah. Yeah, I want to give the stack some infantry eventually, but right now, when we're going in the north, right, I think the mobility, even though we're like getting so beat up on auto resolves, I think the ability to go like super far is fine for us. And here, this guy can't win this fight, so we can just ignore him and move up this way. And they're not going to have an army here because we just fought every freaking army they've got.
正义必胜，我等应设宴庆贺，行动如一。
Alright, plus 6.4k, which is just such a good number. And once we move like right up here, we'll be able to vassalize Gaogan, and that will be excellent as well. If only he had siege. Yeah, you know, we really benefited pretty greatly from getting our faction council to give their army siege time after time.
怒吼吧，为了天下大义。鼓起勇气。
But you know, we'll drop a momentum. It'll be fine. Satisfaction is still totally manageable. Perfection. Good news. They have delivered unto us our fondest desire. These fools. Of course, they do have the Imperial Gate Guards, but crucially, we know that. Alright, so force analysis. Imperial units there, problematic. Tiger and Leopard Cav can't really be shot up effectively. Tiger Cubs are a headache as well. Good morale on them, so 7 units, 8 units of problem Cav, you know, it'll be a little bit rough. But let us go. Nice open space. Little bit of a problem over there on the side for them to deal with. We'll see. Of course, they're going to be super quick, right? Yeah, in Xiahou Duan's ones, they're 129 speed, so they are going to be significantly faster than our Cav are. We're going to have to be ready for that.
对面何许人也？ 无名鼠辈插标卖首，
I would be missing his
岂能如
anyway.
贼
Yeah,
军有可
out
乘
of
之
the
计？
whole thing.
讨灭贼军，
Take a look at who we
战斗无眠
oppose.
跟我上阵，保证
Unknown
战
integrity
果
but
为例
insignificant skill. Trash talking, my girl.
高歌猛进，从敌军手中夺取胜利吧！
Take victory from them. Hualong's like, yeah, you tell them. We just do them all the way up here, right? And, because they'll be quite far away from us there. It'll take them a while to show up. Oh, no, wait. This is... They're deploying over here. We're doing everything backwards. All right. They're all coming from the same direction. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, why are they even doing that? They aren't. All right, good deal. Allowed myself to get turned around. Now, why the oil patches if we never use them? I mean, we could use them. got a very excellent rock here. Blade Master's in the center to react. These guys on the wings. Oh, you running? You know, because trying to get your Imperial Sword Guard back there is theoretically smart, if they can get away with it. I mean, they can, though, right? They're faster than we are. We shouldn't do this. Nah, we're already there. We should totally do this. Zhu has 60 ammo. We might as well use some of it, right? Do they have any spears here? This would be a terrible way to find out. Alright, we do a ton of damage to the Imperial troops there. And of course, they're still stationary. Don't get on horse, Lubu. Oh no! I'm so... How? They're... Oh man. Well, Lubu gets unhorsed. But, you know, hopefully he'll just have a party, right? Alright, so it's exactly what we said we didn't need to have happen. I mean, I guess we gotta protect the Duke. He is light on his feet, right? You know, we can run him back home once we deal with this. And of course, Lubu on foot is going to just delete Xiahou doing on horseback. Although it's probably gonna make Cao Cao mad, but you know, he'll get over it. There we go. Oh, good news. They both fell off their horses. Great. Well, you know. Well, they'll run back, and we'll, we'll try to defend them, right? Hey, it's not over. We got away. It's kind of a slog to get there, but you know, if they don't try to close the distance, then we'll have a great time with Hua Li here, raining down some damage. Well, you know, it's alright. Xu Chu wants to duel her? I mean, I know he's crazy strong, but, I mean... Do we... Lu Ji duels Cao Cao? Yeah. That's just so clearly the right move. Need to not get Hua Li tuned up. Because he's a big problem, right? But, Lu Bu needs to keep on running, however. And I don't think he's oath-sworn to Xu Chu. And if he isn't, then we can duel him afterward. And this will get us some hit points, probably. Ah, man. I canceled it at the last second. I got nervous. Alright, so his evasion is wearing off in 3 seconds. And that means it's time to rage up and hit him in the face. You know, we probably shouldn't have taken that duel since she's so far away from everybody, but it does stop him from getting in. And he was mobile, right? And actually, I think it's fine. Oh, yeah, and now that his evasion's on, of course, she just trucks him. It's really this she gets separated that I'm worried about, because now what if they charge her, you know? But, you know, she gets 10,000 hit points out of it. Beautiful stuff. But, you know, we ate that charge. We had to fight. There's no way to get away from him. But we've got enough support, hopefully, with Hua Li in there. No, she just gets beat up a little bit. We need to get out and get back in. Xu Chu wants to duel. Perfect. That gets her out of the problem. And, of course, gives him an opportunity to lose. Although I don't think we can save Lu Ji anymore. I think we got to come back here because we need Lu Bu into this fight. Because if he's in the blob fight here and healthy, we'll be able to get it done. And Lu Ji will just have to try to take care of herself. My beautiful girl, my perfect darling. She'll just have to try to take care of herself. Speaking of my perfect girl, she is wrecking shop on Xu Chu, just like we knew she would. Look, he hits for 3.3, but she has 50,000 hit points, so getting it done. He also lacks armor a good bit, so, you know, that in conjunction with the other stuff, and getting it done. Lu Ji wins. And then now she wins the duel. Perfection. And Lu Bu is going to try to poison dart this fool. And now Lu Ji's just gonna fight this Imperial Sword Guard and see what happens, you know. We can hardly get her away from it. Because the horse archers being in front of the real archers is actually really nice because it eats that charge potentially. And this guy now, the Yuan, is gonna... Oh, man! Wow, we moved... The Onyx Dragons, not at all defended here. Fortunately, it's just Tiger Cubs who aren't the best at pressing their advantage here. We're gonna... There we go. Drop the melee evasion, unable to move, and then Lu Bu's gonna rip this guy's face off. Lu Ji actually is probably gonna be like, all right here, you know, because once their charge bonus is gone, how good are they gonna be at taking these hits? Hua Li getting very, very beat up here. She's still on horseback. We don't want to be losing her. Camp Crushers there. Pearl Dragons to rotate here. Hold on, Lee. Quit getting into fights. I told you I didn't want you in fights anymore. And we need to just push the infantry up the center if we can. Chu Blade Masters against Tiger Cubs, I mean, it's fine. They swing really fast. But if we can just pierce up the middle here. Luji, I mean, doing fine here in this brawl. Lu Bu getting out of the blob fight, not what we want to see. And this should hopefully not hit too many of our own guys. It doesn't hit too many of our own guys. It was a great shot. And on this front, our superior infantry is just wrecking shop. Two Blade Masters sitting at a cool 100 morale somehow. Lu Ji beat up on the Imperial Gate Guard, and now is moving. I mean, Lu Ji beats out Zhu Chu and a unit of Imperial units. I mean, my girl, I am talking about my girl. Lu Ji, the greatest. Lu Ji, my beloved. And everybody else showing up exactly how we need them to here. And Luigi says, "What? Oh, you're trying to walk away from me? You don't walk out on me. I walk out on you. You don't walk out on me." Got my list. Got my list. You know, for all that Lu Bu getting unhorsed early wasn't great, and for all that it felt very sketchy, it was an awesome fight, and we did so good. Absolute perfection. You know, getting our infantry on guard mode, I think that's pretty important for these setups, right? Because, you know, having our dudes not run off like fools, definitely nice. The Emperor's gonna be so mad at you, Cao Cao. And there we go. Xu Chu falls. All these fools fall. Do we throw ourselves on the pyre? Yes. I think this is a good move. Actually, it isn't. It's not gonna work. Yeah, it barely hurts her. Okay. It is not as good against generals as it used to be. I feel like we're just gonna hurt her and she won't die, so we won't get the Oathsworn thing. It's alright. Well, let me get out of the fire. Fire cannot burn the dragon, but you're not a dragon. You're just married to the dragon. Speaking of, the dragon doing so good. Everybody's showing up, doing their work. Big chunk of post-battle loot. Show me more stuff. Xu Chu, I will never ever kill you. Cao Cao, I think we do execute him here, right? And Xiahou doing. Xu Chu, I would never. I mean, I guess it's really, like... has the story of Wei run its course, right? They will be in a tremendously harder position if we pop both of these guys. And executing them after battle is much better than murking Cao Cao, like, in a faction event. Hmm.
他们只是奉命行事的士兵罢了。放了他们。
All right. Cao Cao captured. We also would get Trust of God plus Shadowrunner. Which is very desirable. Well, you know. Goodbye, Cao Cao. He says, you may kill me, but others should follow my footsteps. Yeah, maybe. You know, it's like, it's 204 or 205, and, yeah, that's, all right. Yeah.
要把敌人连根铲除。
Goodbye.
杀！战争还没有结束。
Cao Cao is no more. The Duchy of Wei has a new son in charge. I think Cao Cao's still around, but you know. Those are the breaks. He, you know, we fought him in battle several times. It's not like, you know, it was a bad accident for him. But there we go. We get a great sword to give to... Yep, and we get Xu Chu. Defeat the cousins in arms. Cao Cao has been defeated. Liu Biao is no more. Liu Biao is no more. Do we get Zheng Jiang into the crew? New item forged. A lot of good notifications there. The end of Cao Cao, ruler of the Duchy of Wei. It's all over. But Wu is a duchy now as well, and so is Song. So you know they're all trying to move for their goals, but. Joyous day. She's here. She's our bandit queen. And, you know, Liu Biao wants to work for us, too. Which, unironically, pretty good, right? Alright, perfection. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. She's my bandit queen by the Decembrists. She is the biggest, the bossest. She has tenacity of steel. She's my bandit queen. And we need to get her into the prime minister spot because Lady Yuan is like fine at it, but my bandit queen will be quite good at it indeed. Lady Yuan loses the post again. And this will increase our construction costs faction-wide. That's okay. We'll get over it. Gives us big faction support, gives us the tributary income, and damage for all forces when attacking. I mean, it's all solid stuff. We lose a bit of satisfaction. That does hurt. But it makes us, I mean, a chunk more in tributaries. We only have the one right now, but we will have more. And at some point, we might move Liu Biao up there, too. But right now, we will, once he get, no, we'll, yeah, we can go ahead and get him the administration of a commandery. Oh, there, Luoyang. That's very fitting for the gentleman of the Han. There we go. Boom, baby. The 7th administrator, Liu Biao. Oh, this guy is of steeled heart. He has poison volley. Is he a spy? He is definitely a spy. Alright, so we got the Blade of 7 Gems from Cao Cao, so we can put that into an army with plenty of melee infantry. But whom? Because if we put it into this, you know, if we do that, then we take away... You know, we can't take away one of the bows, and we can't take away the gourd, so I guess that'll have to go somewhere else. Blue Blade or Trust to God? I mean, I think Blue Blade is the way to go, because the negative armor just synergizes better with all this other stuff, and of course, if she's engaged in the melee, in the blob fight, it turns every blob fight into a devastating exercise in how good, you know, these Chu Blade Masters can be when they don't have armor. Which, these guys do hit super hard. Alright. You know, quite a turn of events here in the winter of 204. We've got Zheng Jiang, my girl. My perfect girl. And of course, we need to get her into an army as soon as we can. Where to go with it, we'll figure that out. I'll be right back. Just a short break. All right. $12:35. Still plenty of time before we gotta go to work. And all's well in the Han. The Emperor loves me. The Emperor is not thrilled with basically anybody else. Oh, the Duchy of Wu didn't get made an enemy of the Han. We paid for it and it didn't happen? Hey, Neo! How's it going, my friend? Convert that over to food. Yeah, like if they're not, well, they almost were home. Well. Let's do this one manually real quick, because we do not need to be taking casualties here. Be bold, for history is on our side. You know, we could have given her trust to God, I guess.
我要烧死这帮恶贼。胜利之后必有暖意。
Yeah, bandit raiders are gonna have a terrible time. Here, they'll just get totally shot up. And of course, with the poison shot, it really slows them down a lot, too. Because they don't have any spears. Yeah, let's just bunker bust them. She gets surrounded by the cav. We can push through easily enough. Yeah. Did not take much to get through here. Definitely not a medium casualties kind of battle, right? But I mean, if they don't have spears, then you can do, you know, whatever seems good. It's like, how are they not army lost? They're just like running, but they're gonna think about. I guess it's because Roar of the Beast is there. But anyway, we yeah, maybe because they didn't lose that much HP on this stuff while they were getting mauled. But we'll just keep on chasing them. And I guess defending, they also get like bonuses to morale and that kind of thing. But anyway. Medium casualties, sure.
Zheng Yi必胜，我等应设宴庆贺，我军势力得以扩张。
Let me change the air and we'll tamer over. So, like, looters could be here. Do we want to keep it anyway, is the question. If this guy comes to attack us, we'll just beat his army, yeah. Speaking of... Cao Nu, I guess, now gets trust to God. I mean, hey, what are you gonna do, right? Yeah, but I guess we take Art of War here because it gives melee evasion to the army, and that's fine. Blade of 7 gems, we'll have to wait. And she'll take the Zhanbei Warhorse. Gao Shun's already got a Wuhan Stallion. And Lu Ji inherits Shadowrunner. The Brown Elite will give to somebody else, you know. The Wuhan Stallion's better than it anyway. The speed's worth a lot. But now Lu Ji can keep up with red hair. And here we just delegate the victory and get some momentum, hopefully. And barely lose favor, getting the gate pass. Crucial land. And, I mean, just a ton of commerce already here from, you know, not that many buildings, but I think the various gate passes all help it because they're adjacent and they increase it, yeah. So, gate passes going up, definitely pumping all the other stuff here. We can finally get upgraded silk again, and then, yes, the silk expedition trading post elite. When that finishes, we'll be able to build it there. The thing is, this charge bonus is like, it exists and that's fine, and maybe we'd get it like an elephant or something. All of them are just Luoyang or Hongdong, so they just... Ah, I see. Well, that's awesome, yeah. I was like, man, we just got this place and it's already actually paying for itself. Did you see who we got? Did you see who the new prime minister of the faction is? It's your girl. It's our bandit queen. Did you see? And we got Liu Biao as well. Oh, that weapon is amazing. That might be the best weapon I've seen in the game. That's really good. Well, Much House might be better because it's got huge weapon attack, but 20% evasion on a 2.6 armor piercing thing, like that's this weapon's better than Xu Chu's is. Sorry, Xiahou. Yep, you're right, you're right. Cao Cao, I don't think there was a point in sparing him. I stand by that execution. It was necessary. Hey-yo, look at that. And now, some of the people in the world are upset and want to join me. Like Lu Zheng. Because that is, of course, a perfect pickup for our girl. Classic pairing, right? And then, like who? Like Ma Chao? I mean, why not? Yeah, I mean, like, executing him through the faction event may have been the smart thing to do, but it was tremendously better to beat him on the field and take his horse and his sword. And the Xiahou brothers, like, would we have used any of them? Probably not, right? Because I'm not the strategist and I'm not the vanguard slot in the army is incredibly competitive in our field here, right? We probably wouldn't have used Xiahou doing even if he wanted to join us. Obviously, Xu Chu, I'm not going to execute him for his weapon. I'm not going to execute him if it's like you win the game afterward. He's my boy. Man's got to have a code. So here, I think the animal tamer, I think having Shuofang because of looters and stuff is just not worth it to me. And I think because we've already got so many great horses, if it was early in the game and we didn't have them, but like, we already have like more elite northern horses than we know what to do with at the moment. So I think we're fine getting rid of this. Because I don't want to deal with looters, right? Yeah. Horse pastures keep, yeah, because the 15 charge bonus, that's not like a percentile thing, whatever, but yeah. The horse pasture for 10% off at the top level, definitely worth doing. Yeah, all the special stuff likely to exist indeed, because they won't duplicate, right? Like the armor crafter and stuff. Once it makes that one gold armor, it's never going to make another one. It tells me, okay, now since we built a building in Luoyang, we need to become marquis. So good news, we've done that, and we get a population growth everywhere. Oh no, we get this one instead, and we get rid of the Luoyang mission. What? Anyway, works out. And crucially now, we're not inside of this place. Is he at war with Gao Shun? No. Well, you know, then he'll be miserable up here, running around without military supplies, and then we'll run in here and finish the rest of it up. Because it is currently winter. This guy is not going to have a good time moving around. Is he in encampment now? Maybe. Alright, wonderful. And we get another chunk of money from tributaries. Beautiful stuff. And when this jumps up for double silk income and everything, you know, like we're gonna get a whole lot of money here from our buildings. Pretty funny, considering that I'm like, in Lubu, we won't even build anything. Meh, 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 meh. Perfectly describing how I misunderstand the game. And we'll be able to potentially cross some names off our list here because we are moving in, and you know, Kongrong is around, and Liu Bei is obviously right here.
那就如此。
希望你能深思熟虑。就这样吧。
More with Ma Dai, who is above us in our capital, but of course we have very little confidence in the ability of the AI to hurt our capital, right? Because they have to walk through pretty deleterious military supply knocking, right? You know, because with the negative range, it's going to be a while to get there. It's not easy to get to the city anyway. Oh, this is where his buildings are. Mine are... Okay, yeah, my realm doesn't include that. Well, then it'll be okay for him to get to us, maybe. But they can't win this battle anyway. You know, we've got a competent sailor here on the wall. We'd be all right. All right, ammo for archers, beautiful. Make Sun Ce unsatisfied? Well, you know, he probably... Well, you know, it'll help. Nah, whatever. Additional buildings there, and... Hey, there we go. Another hostage from the Duchy of Zhong might be good, though, because, I mean, we keep on... It'd be, like, the third one we've taken. Let's re-roll Zhengjiang's, right? And she becomes brilliant. Marvelous. Clever, determined, and brilliant. That's my girl. Yuan and Yong eventually keep at it? Yeah, that would be the ideal.
好的，请讲。
Oh, man. Okay, do we reload? I mean, it is her. I guess... Yeah, now that we know it's her, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. I mean, we can get her next year. We can get her next year. He's still gonna hate us then. You know, we made our bed. And now, crucially, we're going to be able to... Oh, no. Any further injury may have fatal consequences. Well, that's not what I want. Then we will take the farmland first.
我才不要这样子！怒吼吧！上阵杀敌！
有话快说。
All right, we're in a military alliance, so we can't just like unilaterally make war with people, unless we're unilaterally at war with them. Unilaterally create peace, unless we're at war. Which does make it tremendously worse. Because when we're in like these alliance conflicts, but I guess that was because we got the military contract there. Speaking of, we could get another one of those for somebody. But whom?
全军注意，绝不动摇。路径明晰。
Yeah, because he can't walk very far at all, so we're just going to keep on walking away from him. Lady Du has so many abilities that they're like breaking out of the thing. Alright, so reward the villainous and corrupt. This is what we need to look for in early Lu Bu, okay? A couple of guys with this, because the corruption won't matter. We just need some bandits to give this, because 30 satisfaction is a lot. We don't really have peasantry income in any of these places. This one's got some. Just to get her doing something until we're ready to spin her up, which, I mean, we could do right now, I guess, but... Which, I mean, we could do right now. Which we should have done right then. We should have spun up an army, like, here to go in and deal with Humao, but it's fine. He's quite far away from anywhere. Get another tech, and then we've got that battle to do, and that'll probably be the last bit of the video. Depending on how quick it goes. I mean, I guess we can just delegate it. Or anything. We did plenty of battles this run, and we can play a little longer and get a little bit more done if we delegate it. Lose a ton of favor. Yeah, sure. Xiahou. I mean, let's release him, right? 25% range damage, you know, maybe.
今天放你们一马，还是有些用处。
Yes, and this is the rice one, so we've got the better garrison with cavalry as well as other stuff. All right, there we go.
打起精神来！
Lu Bu reaches level 10, and of course we get to take everything. Hooray! Now father and daughter are perfected. 200 instinct for Lu Bu. Totally don't need that building. Money over. You know, the extra cost from Zheng Jiang, you barely feel it, right? Alright, so the settler retaining funds, is this something we want to keep? Well, it gives you the movement range. I mean, it is cooler. It's actually probably just better in, like, basically every way. It doesn't give you as much experience, but yeah, I mean, this is the movement range, the food production, which doesn't matter now, but theoretically could. Yeah, I mean, that part doesn't matter. I guess we just leave it. You know, when someone else leaves a good building there, you hardly want to chop it down. Chop it down. Turbans fighting at the Sun Pass. Hate to see that. If we get him with no land, then vassalizing him would be a good choice. Manipulator. A cunning, vain, and distinguished baby. Born to be a manipulator. I've met a lot of babies like that. They are often very cunning and manipulative. Who knows what they're really thinking? Positive 8K so good. I mean, not like in the grand scheme of things, but it's good for me right now. So, oh, right, because there's land north of there. The little, yeah. Duchy of Wei declared war on Duchy of Song. Love that for him. Guan Yu has laid a curse upon him. Well, you know, he's still at pause. Yeah, you know, if we keep the momentum high. Ah, it's probably because of this. He's like, I'm going to vassalize that guy. Yep. And then it heated all of that up. We're going to make Lubu and Xiahou get along better. And so one, you can just split it to industry as well. I feel like leaning all the way on commerce is the way to go here, though. How broke are you? Oh, incredibly broke. You know what? Here's a salt thing. Plus, it'll make this guy not get it, making him even further away from doing anything productive. And then we'll, like, extract her next turn. She's leading an army over here. That's pretty fun. $600 kills for Gao Shun, sounds right.
这是我们应得的。
Gong gong there. Alright, one step closer to the top where we eventually get to resolve, yeah. Range block, chance own retinue, very good indeed. Of course, she's just totally juiced up. Trust to God, horse, art of war to look at. She may have been a fugitive officer once, but now she's very happy. We probably don't need her to be general commander anymore, since she is very happy. Ooh, fire arrows, that would be nice. Well, we're gonna get that on the strategist before too long, though. More range? I mean, yeah, sure. General of unfailing aim. Alright, so here... Well, no, we want to get this land first, yeah. But he'll fold before too long, we can see. Convert this over, demolish this. Make an 8k a turn, which is enough to build a thing. Yeah, I think going here is good, because we're already making a lot of money at Luoyang. We can soak them the food from our other stuff, and yeah, wonderful. Wunderbar. 50% ammunition for her own retinue, jeez. Bum 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 bum. But I'm sure she'll see things our way eventually.
最好谈些有用的。
I guess maybe the enemy of the Han thing just made me declare war on him. And maybe if I was already at war, and then, like, maybe it lets you declare war without having a problem with diplomacy besides that, like breaking treaties if they're declared an enemy of the Han. I don't know.
我只怕辜负天下之人。为了天下大义，大杀四方吧！
You know, if we're lucky, it'll be like always, and someone will come up and try to fight us, and we'll be able to fight them outside. Could be this army. And in any case, after this, you know, he'll be in there, and I don't think these armies are going to beat him, although Dongzhuo's look like it just lost. And Cao Song, still an ambitious tycoon. You know, because if anybody's not throwing in their lot with me as the steward of the emperor, you know, like where are they at this point? Liu Bei hasn't, I mean, he's been at war with us, but he hasn't openly been like defiant to the emperor. And who knows what's really going on? And we extract now, yes. Commit. Yeah, and I guess we'll stop that because we can spin her army up like right next. And who will be the Red General? Well, I mean, Ma Chao is the most logical thing. I mean, a yellow could also be fine. He can't duel, but well, he has the Yuan family conflict thing, which is less good for us, you know. If he doesn't bother with that silliness. Because, well, I mean, red's better than yellow, though. It just is. We could get Yuan in there. He's got another Wisdom of the River. He's got Night Battles, which we would need, you know, actually. Well, he loses Mighty Knockback on the retinue, of course. Yeah, time for Ma Chao to... He's a Horse Archer General, yeah. It's just, yeah, it'd be better if he was in a group that was trying to dedicate to that. But yeah, so Ma Chao, yeah, why not? He's already got his Mighty Knockback, you know, he's very close to being juiced up, yeah. And Ma Chao for the third one. The damage missile camera. Yeah, I did see that. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. But I didn't connect it with I should use him. Because I'm just like, man, if I don't see Mighty Knockback for whole retinue, that wasn't in the regular game. Like, it's real good. Ma Chao is, we will stop the persuading of the gentry, you know. It was a very good move. It got us all the way up there. And the Emperor loves us. Look at all those field reserves. Wow, yeah. 10 a turn he's given us in favor. The Duchy of Song is, like, tanked. Yeah, but next turn we will spin up a crew there. And perfection. They have walked right into our trap. Alright, well, this is where we will stop for the day because it's 1:15, and if I do this fight, then I will be rushed, and if I don't do this fight, then I will have plenty of time. So there's our quick save. We'll retreat because it won't let you access the menu from that menu, which is endlessly funny to me. It's like, we will not let you save the game here. You can only do your quick save. We will not let you even load the game from this screen. You have to do whatever is happening, and then and only then you'll be able to do it. But, alright, yeah, awesome, great, and in all other ways, very good. Getting it done. You know, still a great duchy, and really putting our face to the foe now. We know Song and Wu just popped off into being a duke, and it's unlikely they're going to be able to get very much more prestige right away. So a little pressure on either of them will help. Now, we're in the neighborhood of Liu Bei here, so we'll probably, try to crush the remnants of the Duchy of Wei, perhaps, but alternately, you know, we turn to the north for those guys, and then we, somebody cut down the size. Indeed, you know, we just need to get some duke going, somebody going up to the duke in the north and somebody going up to the duke in the south. So I think we'll get Zheng Jiang's army, right, and spin them off to deal with the Jing province and all of that. Move in there, and then try to get a couple of vassals in that direction, and then push further towards Wu with that force. And we'll, of course, have easier rotation. Yeah, you know, there's much more going on, less messiness on the map like there is in the south. Spin Zheng Jiang and Ma Chao off there, and then they can get into their adventures, and we'll, you know, have a time with them. I feel like that'll be good. And then Gao Shun, you know, still running around doing what he's doing in the north, taking care of business. And then, I mean, he's not too far from just crossing the river and dealing with Song up in the mountains that way. But I don't think we're at war with Yuan Shao right now. I don't know. We're about to be, though. Yeah, we're about to be, though. But hopefully we can get Xu Chu. Hopefully. And then we don't, like, really have a good army to put him into. That doesn't matter. I'll create one. Because really, him just following around another army would be good enough. But, alright. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed. I could keep playing all day, but if I do that, I'll miss the phone call from work wondering where I am. So I'm going to get out of here. I'll be back on tonight. We probably won't stream this again until probably Wednesday. It just depends on, you know, if I get out of work early or whatever, but this campaign is now at the phase where 1 hour is not long enough to play. You know, but I'll be around streaming something tonight, and perhaps I'll see you then. And if not, then perhaps in a later stream or video. Later, Tahuma Sood, so good to see you today. Later, Luke, always a pleasure. Man, what a great campaign. Neo, Ellie, see you guys. Vikings, see you guys later. And y'all have a good day out there. I'm going to try to stay cool in the hot, hot, hot flame. It is bound to be unsuccessful, but, you know, a man has got to dream. A man has got to dream of a unified and peaceful China. He's got to dream of a fire that doesn't burn him. And that if you release Zheng Jiang, that 15 years later, 10, she might jump up into your faction. Glorious day. Alright. And it makes sense for her and Ma Chao to hang out since she's like the new prime minister and he's the faction heir. You know, they can buddy up, figure out what's going on. I mean, he's the faction heir. If Lu Bu dies, we're reloading and making Lu Ji the faction heir. Anyway, I'll see you guys later.